or irregular it is without trying to control it. Just notice, am I breathing deep? Am I breathing long and slow? Am I breathing short and rapid? And then take a long, slow, deep breath. And then exhale. Now, one of the things that we want to look at also is the bronchioles. Now, the bronchioles, they look like a little tree up in the upper part of the respiratory tract. And so what happens sometimes with pain, with sharp pain will cause these to go into spasm. Allergies can cause them to go into spasm. Just over a period of time, things can impact the bronchioles. Exposures to cold, exposures to like a chemical, all kinds of things can cause issues there. But one of the ways that we want to go through and evaluate is if you take a long, slow, deep breath and you're trying to go as slow as you possibly can. So you're just, in through your nose, you're starting to go. And then holding your breath, and then as slow as you can, let your breath out. Now, one of the goals that you're trying to do here is, to a certain extent, you're trying to let your breath out slower than you inhale, right? And you're just trying to do it so that you can measure the bronchial function, right? So as you inhale, slow, and then go even slower as you exhale. Keep it nice and even. Now, once you do this, this will show you what the bronchial health is. If your bronchioles are in spasm, it's really hard to keep it constant and even, and it's really hard to go slow, right? So what will happen is you'll go really slow, you go, and then you go, okay, now exhale really slow, and you go, right? Or you'll go, you won't be able to do it very even, right? So this has a lot of benefits by releasing the bronchioles. One of the issues is when the bronchioles are in spasm, there starts to be a tendency for body tension. It can impact your thinking, like your thoughts will get fuzzy. It will be hard to recall things. It also throws off the way that your nervous system works, and it also throws off how like lymph flows through the body. And so this will have an impact on a lot of different areas of your body, right? Including mental and emotions, right? So if you ever think about, like, if you have a strong emotion coming up, what happens? You start breathing really short and rapid. You're trying to diminish the intensity of the emotion and to impact the nervous system. And if it's something painful, we're trying not to integrate it, right? So a lot of times what happens when somebody is working with somebody and they start to have a painful emotion come up, they'll say, okay, take long, slow, deep breaths, right? Or, breathe, be sure to breathe, right? Because we want to process through the emotion. So one of the things that happens when we go through and we do this kind of work is we start to feel emotionally more calm, and the heart becomes more activated, right? When you deepen the breath and regulate the breath, it becomes easier and easier for the heart to activate, right? So with that, one of the things we're going to do is think about maybe a couple different situations, good or bad, it doesn't really matter. Let's do this. Take one good situation, one bad situation, think about how they feel, and write down some notes. Just write down some notes on how they feel.
Hey Greg, can I say one thing? It's Brandy.
Yes. Yay, yay.
I am truly, truly shocked at how almost equivocal my bad and my good feels in the body right now.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, like because I picked something that was a really big high and then kind of picked a really big low,
Uh-huh.
and my nervous system response is like almost identical. It's really interesting.
Oh, wow. That is actually really interesting.
I just thought I'd share. I don't know. I found it interesting that, I mean, they're very, very similar. There's a little more intensity in the diaphragm and like the solar plexus with the bad, but
Uh-huh.
the feeling itself is very almost identical. Tension in the back of the neck and the hands and the wrists, and heart rate raises, respiratory rate got more shallow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would agree with Randy. There's something, well, I'm going to relate it to energy after Wayside, but there is something about the energy right now that is causing bigger swings
Yeah.
within the body. And I don't know how to explain it or understand what's going on, and anything
Yeah.
insight would be fabulous.
Yeah. Well, if you think about with everything going on with the quarantine, there's different kinds of stresses, and the stress of displacement, even though we're getting to stay at home, we're displaced out of our normal routines, our normal things that we can do. Everything's different. You know, it's really, it's a form of chaos. You know, even though we're getting to stay home and we're not really running around and doing things, it is chaotic in nature. And so displacement causes a stress in the intuitive mind, or the right side of the brain. And so a lot of times we really can't put two and two together of what it is, but it will impact a lot of different areas of our lives. So I would say one of the things that is happening with everything is there's you know, high stress levels. And if you just pay attention to, even like when you go outside and say you go to the grocery store, watch how people react as you start walking close to them in the grocery store. There's tension, there's fear, people tense up. You know, if you just walk past them, and now it's even starting to be, you know, because I'm just like observing when I'm out and about. And in the grocery store, if you even start walking towards somebody in an aisle now, because they have the little arrows, people get anxious and start to respond there. So I would say there's really high stress levels with, you know, interaction with people when we're outside. And so, you know, even though we're home and everything is kind of relaxed, at the same time, everything's not relaxed. Everything is very stressed out. Everything is very, you know, stressed. You know, one of the things I was talking about with a couple of different therapist friends was, you know, when this all calms down and things get back to normal, there's going to be a level of PTSD that is, it's going to be probably a little bit different than, you know, guys coming back from the war or somebody being in a car accident. But there's going to be forms of PTSD that, you know, just because everything gets back to normal, you know, every cold and flu season, it's going to be an issue. This isn't just simply going to go away. There's going to be lasting results for this. It's gone on for too long. It's been too intense. It's just, there's too many factors. People's lives have been changed too much. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to do the breathing was it really helps to diminish stress levels, and it will diminish the potential for there to be any development of PTSD. Because if you really think about what PTSD is, in this particular case, it would be just prolonged periods of stress, but it would also be brain fatigue. You know, it starts to cause a form of brain fatigue, which means that we start to go into what we would call automatic thinking, automatic behavior. you're not able to process information, and you're not making conscious choices. You're just going into like an automatic choice, an automatic behavior, an automatic thought process without really engaging it or choosing to go down that pathway. And so one of the things that I wanted to do when we were thinking about what to do today is, I wanted to make it a study group, but with these study groups, I really want to try to make these study groups be things where we can answer questions and things, but I still want to make them part of increasing, the educational process. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be talking about things that are in classes. We might be talking about things that, they're not in a class, but they're still important. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing over the next several study groups, we're going to keep trying to have them like maybe in a few weeks, we're going to have maybe another one. Is, we'll still talk about immunity, but we still want to talk about like stress. We want to talk about, sleep. We want to talk about some other things as well. So today we're going to start with the breath, because really, if you can master the breath, then a lot of other things will fall into place. So now take a few long, slow, deep breaths. And just notice your breath. All you're doing is noticing it. Just notice how things feel. Notice how your breath is. Notice how hard or easy it is. Notice if there's sinus pressure in and around the face. Okay, so now let's have you pull out a bottle of hyssop. If you don't have hyssop, Neoli or rosemary would work. If you don't have one of those, let me know so we can work with something that you have. Okay, so it sounds like everybody has either hyssop, Neoli, which is in the tea tree family, or rosemary. Okay, so now you're going to start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Continue to inhale with your awareness between your eyebrows. put your awareness on the area at the top part of your neck, your throat. Okay, let's just stop for a second. Just give yourself a little bit of a break. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Okay, start inhaling again. Your awareness is still on your throat, the upper part of your neck. Long, slow, deep breaths. Now drop down to the bottom part of your throat, little notch between the two collarbones. Now, if you look at me, if you draw a line down from your eyeballs, down, straight down, right under the cheekbones, that little tender spot right under the cheekbones, there's a little minor chakra in this area that will take a lot of tension out of your face. So right here, you're going to take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness just under the cheekbone. Continue with your awareness on the cheekbones. Now move over to the jaws, right where they hinge, right in front of the ear canal. Continue on the jaws. Now move to the ear canal, the hole in your ear. Keep your awareness on each ear canal. Long, slow, deep breath. Move to the area between the back shoulder blades, the back heart area between the two shoulder blades. Now go to the front solar plexus, so below the ribs on the front, right in the middle, below the ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths. and then go to the mid back, the back solar plexus. Keep your eyes closed, just be still, just let everything go, just be still. Again, take some inhalations, awareness still on that mid-back area. Now, gently put your awareness on your lungs themselves. Put your awareness on the lungs. Just long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah. Again, just be still, be aware. You can let go of the inhalations. Keep your eyes closed, just be still for a second. Okay, now the next phase is to reduce the impact of stress both on the respiratory tract, but on the whole body and our stress response as it's impacted by the respiratory tract. So this is impacting also the vagus nerve. So you can use one of the following oils: marjoram, myrtle, clary sage, just plain sage or Spanish sage, eucalyptus, basil, any form of spruce, including Sitka, any form of fir, and pine. Now, if you don't have one of those, let me know. But if you do, pull one of those out. Doesn't matter which one. They're all good choices. Pick one out. Does somebody not have one of those choices?
Somebody asked what would be the favorite blend. And can you please repeat?
Okay, so repeating: marjoram, myrtle, clary sage, sage, eucalyptus, basil, any form of spruce, any form of fir, or any form of pine. Now, if somebody asks, is there a blend? The relaxation blend actually would be the best choice. Okay, so you have one of those oils, right? Does somebody not have an oil? Everybody seems good. Okay, again, start inhaling with whatever oil you're choosing, and your awareness is between the eyebrows. Keep inhaling with your awareness between the eyebrows. Okay, just be still for a second. Let go of the inhalation. And again, go back, still between the eyebrows. Long, slow, deep breath. Now move your awareness down to the throat, the top part of the neck. Just be still for a second. Just let it go. Go back to the throat. Take some more long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the secondary throat, your area between your two collarbones. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just let it go for a second. Again, put your awareness on that little notch between the two collarbones. Long, slow, deep breath. Now work your way up to the cheek minors, below the cheekbones, directly under the eyes. Long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, just be still. Just let the inhalations go. Just be still. Just relax for a moment. Okay, go back to that cheek minor, that same spot. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Go back to that cheek minor. Again, long, slow, deep breaths. Continue to take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that cheek minor. Now just be still, be aware. You can let go of the inhalation. Just be still. Begin to inhale again. Your awareness is on your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. Let the inhalation go. Just be still. Begin the inhalation again. Your awareness is on the ear canals, the opening in your ears. Let the inhalation go. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still for a second. Again, begin your inhalation. Your awareness is on the ear canals. Continue to inhale. Move your awareness to the area between your shoulder blades, the back heart. Continue with your inhalation on the back part or the area between the shoulder blades. Let go of the inhalation, just be still. Again, begin to inhale. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below the ribs. Continue to inhale on your front solar plexus area. Let it go. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Now your awareness is on your mid back, below your shoulder blades, your mid back area. Continue with the mid back. Just be still. Let everything go. Just be still for a second. Now, reach for either Palo Santo, rue, or tea tree. Also, any form of mint. Does everybody have one of those choices? Okay, go ahead again. Begin your inhalation. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Between the eyebrows. Long, slow, deep breaths between the eyebrows. Just be still. Let go of the inhalation, just be still. Again, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between your eyebrows. Move your awareness to the top part of your throat. Keep your eyes closed. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Move your awareness down to your secondary throat. Just be still. Just let everything go. Begin an inhalation again with your awareness now down on that area between the collarbone, the bottom part of your neck, the bottom part of your throat. Few more long, slow, deep breaths. Just let it go. Just be still, be aware. Begin your inhalation again with your awareness on the cheek minors, below the eyes and below the cheekbones. Move your awareness to the jaws, right where they hinge in front of the ears. Just be still, be aware. Begin your inhalation again. Keep your eyes closed. Let it go for a second. Just be still. Again, inhale. Your awareness is on your jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Awareness is on your ear canals, openings in your ears, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let everything go for a second. Just be still, be aware. Put your awareness between your shoulder blades. Begin to inhale. Just be still, just let everything go for a second. Put your awareness on your front solar plexus. Long, slow, deep breaths. Continue with the inhalation on your front solar plexus, below the ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Let everything go for a sec. Put your awareness on the back solar plexus, your mid back below your shoulder blades. Long, slow, deep breath. Just be still, be aware, just let go for a moment. Just let go of everything, just let go. Okay, last round. We're going to look for geranium, mugwort, artemisia, galbanum, frankincense, wormwood, myrrh, opopanax, or nutmeg. Again, you're looking for one of the following: geranium, mugwort, artemisia, galbanum, frankincense, wormwood, myrrh, opopanax, or nutmeg. Does anybody not have one of those oils? Three ways. Okay, so we're going to begin. Inhale with your awareness between the eyebrows. Keep inhaling. Just be still. Be aware. Just let it all go for a second. Begin your inhalation again. Your awareness is on your throat. Keep your eyes closed. Drop down from your throat, down to your throat minor, the area between the shoulder blades, or excuse me, the area between the two collarbones. That little notch at the bottom of your throat. Let everything go. Now go to the cheek minors, below the cheekbones, directly under the eyes. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the cheeks. Go to the jaws. Go to the ear canals. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Your awareness is on the back heart. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart.
Just let it go, just be still. Again, go to the back heart. Long, slow, deep breaths. Let it go. Put your awareness on the front solar plexus, just below the ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, back, mid-back, below the shoulder blades. Just be still, be aware, let everything go. Go to the mid back again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Let it go for a second. Just be still. Begin to inhale again. Your awareness is on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the lower leg between the knee and the ankle. your thighs from the knee to the hip. To the hips, the entire pelvis, the front, the sides, the back. The low back and the low abdomen. The entire abdomen and the mid back. Your chest and the area between your shoulder blades. Be sure to get to the sides of your chest, the sides of the ribs, the whole rib cage, front, sides, and back. tops of the shoulders and the armpits. Your upper arms. Your forearms. Your wrists and hands. Your neck. The front, the sides, and the back. Your whole neck. your jaws, and your whole head. Now just be still, be aware, just let go of everything. Let go of the bottle, let go of the inhalation, let go of everything. Keep your eyes closed, just be still, be aware. Now, take a long, slow, deep breath in slowly. Hold your breath. Exhale as slow as you can. Do you notice a difference in your breath? Now think of a positive thing. How does it feel? Think of a negative thing. How does it feel? So this was an intense therapy session. Would anybody like to give feedback or ask questions? We're going to take a break after this, but before we take a break, are there any questions or do you want to make a comment?
Me, please. This is Tracy.
Hey, Tracy in Birmingham.
Hey. Okay,
Happy
so
birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
thank you, thank you. You're not gonna sing to me?
I would, but out of loving kindness, I'm not.
So I have a
I can carry boxes, but I can't carry a tune.
you could chant it. I bet you could do it then.
Yeah, I can chant. You're right. Happy
Thank you. That was lovely.
birthday. Now be still, be aware.
That would work.
To you.
Okay, so when I first started doing this, my inhalation wasn't deep,
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
but
Yeah,
my
yeah.
exhalation was very deep. And I think it's because I bought some of the lobelia you told us about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And just for the last 2 nights, I've taken 40 milligrams. You know,
Okay.
the bottle says 40 milligrams. to
Right,
start
right.
with. So I just started taking it, and I took it just 2 nights. And I think that usually when I exhale, I have trouble, like you said, I have trouble getting it all out. But my diaphragm was still kind of tight. But as soon as we got in the first step with hyssop, as soon as we got to the solar plexus, my diaphragm released.
Good. Yeah.
Very interesting. But then when we got to mugwort, well, let me just say, when we got to marjoram, the second step, towards the end of it, I started having all of these ideas about my work. And so I was like having to write them down because, you know,
Oh, good.
make sure I get them down. Yeah. But then the mugwort, as we got towards the end of it, I started getting really uncomfortable. Like the diaphragm tightened back up, my back, the rib cage and everything tightened back up. And I'm not agitated now. It's not hurting like it was, but I can
Mhm.
tell that my diaphragm is still tense, even after doing the attention on the body. One of my questions was, what does the last step actually do? Is it to,
It's actually diminishing limbic responses and the impact the emotions have on the body and on the nervous system. And so part of what's happening is you're releasing some emotions and you're releasing the impact the emotions have had on the nervous system and the imprint on the nervous system. And so if you find that there's still a little bit of issue with the diaphragm, you could go back and just inhale some hyssop. But that's what we're doing, is we're opening up the limbic function.
could I take the lobelia during the day?
Sure. Oh yeah. You can take it during the day. You can take it morning and night. Like, you know, you could do one dosage in the morning and then one in the evening.
Okay, because I was thinking if I took it now, it might help with this class.
Yeah. And it works really well with inhaling hyssop.
Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
That was it, I think. No, I had one more question. But you're not opening it for questions yet, a general question.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's keep it to this real quick, and then if it's about other things, we'll do it after our lunch break.
Okay. I don't think it's about this, so.
Anybody else?
I got the hyssop on my cheekbone thing took me to the bliss state. I couldn't stop smiling, and that little ecstasy thing. So thank you.
You know, the interesting thing about that is that's right in the area. If you notice, like a lot of tension leaves your face when you do that, and that hits that hits a nerve called the trigeminal nerve. You know, there's actually 3 spots that the trigeminal nerve comes out, but that is one big spot that hits the trigeminal nerve. And if you think about it, you know, we're not just dealing with sinus issues right there, but some of the facial muscles, there's a lot of tension there. And if you think about it, there's a lot of expression that happens with our face there. And so this really hits that facial expression. So there can be tension from emotions, there could be tension from the mental body, you know, like when you're having to put on a good face even though things are difficult, or just the wear and tear of difficult days will hit that aspect. And so working on this spot, it does take out this really weird tension that's in your head and in your face, and it will impact you emotionally. Like you said, you feel happy, you feel blissful. And the other one that does that, but for another reason, is the one that's the ear canals.
The ear canals can take out a lot of weird tension in the head as well. And so usually it's one or the other for some people. For me, it's the same one. I get it in the cheek. But sometimes it's the ear canal. And so, you know, it's one of those things that you can actually even do before your meditation, because it helps to take tension out of the head, and it helps with expansion. So very good.
Hi, Greg. It's Narayani.
Hey, Narayani.
Hey. So those the process that we went through, that we repeated the same for each of the different oils, is there a pattern for that, like a name?
Yeah, it's actually the respiratory pattern. Yeah,
okay.
and we're gonna type it out and post it for you guys in the Plant Prana question, you know, Q&A.
Oh, good.
And so, you know, at the end of the day, we'll post it there. So we'll post the oils and we'll post the protocol.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Greg. This
Fire
is
away.
Cindy. You talked about this really helping calm the vagus nerve. Can you talk to that a little bit more through, you know, this protocol? And
Yeah. So the vagus nerve is the only cranial nerve that actually goes down into the body. All the other cranial nerves stay up in the head, and so it comes out from the medulla, the back of your head. And the term vagus means like, I think in Greek it means wandering, like wandering nerve. And so it actually impacts the heart, the physical heart. It impacts the respiratory system, and it actually ends up going down into the gut. And it's tied to parasympathetic activity, which means rest and repair. And so what happens sometimes is it will become malfunctional or lose tone. And like when the vagus nerve loses tone, for example, one of the byproducts is you would have diarrhea. You know, your digestive system would not function properly. So you have this part of your nervous system that is going between action or fight flight, which is sympathetic activity, to rest and repair, which is parasympathetic. And we're not trying to do one to the extreme or the other. We want to be able to shift back and forth between the two. And so a lot of times with periods of stress, what keeps happening is the sympathetic nervous system keeps getting stimulated and overactivated, and parasympathetic activity goes down. And so part of what you're trying to do is you're trying to improve and increase tone in the parasympathetic activity, and you're trying to increase the body's ability to rest and repair. And so in the respiratory tract, one of the byproducts of poor vagus function or abnormal vagus function is short, rapid breathing. You know, you're not able to go into a state of rest and repair, which would be long, slow, deep breathing, because you're in fight flight, which is short, rapid breathing. And so when you're trying to manipulate the vagus nerve, basically one of the easiest ways to do it is to go to either the digestive tract, the respiratory tract, or the cardiac muscle. And the easiest one to go through and treat is actually the respiratory tract. And so by going through and slowing down the breath, deepening the breath, and then starting to diminish the emotional impact that like short rapid breathing intensifies the emotional impact that an emotion will have on the nervous system or the limbic response. And so basically we're going through and we're unwinding the breath, we're unwinding the contractures, we're improving mucous membranes, we're decreasing spasms, we're increasing the skeletal muscle function for how the rib cage elevates. And then we're diminishing the impact that short rapid breathing has on our emotions and on our nervous system. And so by going through and doing this, you're not just deepening the breath, but you're actually improving the emotional state. That's why I had you check with something negative and something positive. Think of a negative event, think of a positive event. And so this would be tied to also to like your stress response, your fear response, your response to trauma, all these kinds of aspects. And so by going through and doing this, you're improving the nervous system, the emotional body, and decreasing body tension. Body tension, one of the ways to increase body tension is short, rapid breathing. One of the ways to decrease it is by deepening your breath, making your breath longer and slower. And then if we look at it from the esoteric point of view, if we want to have increased soul contact, we need to be able to have increased activity on the right side of the brain, right? The right side of the brain. So one of the ways to do this is to take long, slow, deep breaths, and then to be able to have a pause or gap in between the inhalation and exhalation. By going through and doing this, you're starting to increase activity in receptivity in the right side of your brain. And so this is really hitting something physical, psychological, and spiritual or esoteric, all by going through and doing this. This isn't something you have to do all the time. I mean, we did a very intense version of it. I would say, give it a week or two, and then you could do some version of this again. The recordings are going to be provided to you, so you can go through and just follow the recording, or you can follow the protocol. But this will help your overall health. This will help your ability to recover and repair. This will help you recover from serious health issues. This will improve emotional and psychological states. And this will improve your spiritual practice just by doing this one protocol.
Thank you. That was great.
And just to confirm, that's what's on the screen now, is what the protocol that you're
Yeah,
offering?
yeah,
Okay.
that's the pattern we did.
Yeah.
It's a
Thank you.
sinus pattern.
Yeah, sinus or respiratory pattern.
Are they
Yeah.
the same?
Yeah, same.
Oh, they are the same.
Anybody else want to make a comment?
What about that last pattern?
I just went through the body since we unwound everything, just to take body tension. That was called the wet noodle technique. I'm joking, but it's like you're so relaxed. It's like, why not just take it through the whole body? That's like really an optional thing. It's not really part of the original protocol, but since we unwound the body so much, one of the things that we're trying to do when we do something like that is we want to unwind some of the muscle memory of the past conditioning from the things that have happened over, your lifetime. And so, we have traumas, micro traumas, injuries, fear, inflammatory conditions, degeneration, and we want to break the pattern in the body and the imprint in the body. And so part of doing this protocol, this whole 4 steps, is you're really flushing out of the system energies that you've attracted from the environment, right? So if you've thought something repeatedly or with great emotion, right, you've attracted those energies from the environment that help it to physicalize that pattern in the body. Even if the body is degenerating, it still has to attract energy from the environment for the body to even break down, right? So these energies from the environment are called elementals. And so by going through and doing this particular pattern, you're flushing, you're doing a massive elemental flush. Just like you would do a liver detox, you just did an elemental detox. I mean, you flushed elementals out of the body that could have been there for decades. I mean, you just flush these things out. So it allows your system to reboot.
Hey, Greg.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's Brandy. I just wanted to share because I shared earlier. I found it interesting what my nervous system was doing earlier when we first did the breathing. And we did not the breathing, but the good thought and the bad thought.
Right.
And being that they were pretty much, it was like my nervous system was so overstimulated that it was just good or bad. It was being processed the same kind of thing.
Right.
So I thought so right now it was really interesting, just each process of unwinding. And as we were unwinding, just like various thoughts coming up, various patterns, various things, like it was just really interesting watching it unwind almost through the layers of the body, like through different parts of the nervous system, then through like the muscular system, the fascial system, and then like through the skin and the lymphatic and like whole limbic system. It just unwinded, and it was just really beautiful. So like now when I think about, I actually get to kind of appreciate the good and go like, oh, that feels really warm and nice inside, like how you think good should feel, right?
Right.
And then the bad is kind of like, yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's manageable. Like, it's just really nice to appreciate how much, I don't know. I guess I'm very grateful for how much recovery this was pretty big.
This is a really big one also for for prolonged periods of stress, which we've all kind of been under because of everything going on. But this would also be somebody who's just in a crazy work environment, or if there's been trauma from the past, some significant trauma or a bunch of micro traumas. And so another way of saying that is now you're establishing differentiation between good and bad. You feel like, oh, that was a good experience. Oh, that was an unpleasant experience. But even like how you see it, you go like you said it perfectly, like, oh, that happened. Like rather than being locked into the loop of the trauma of what it was.
Yeah. It was very powerful. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Hey, Greg.
Yes.
This is Tracy again. So I did the love from the relationship class, the first 4, with a client and her son yesterday, and the son got very emotional and was having a hard time. I think that it feels like this last step would have been really good to do. Is that?
Yeah, you can. How old's the child?
He's 19.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. I would say the under 7 or 8, I'd be a lot more gentle about it. But 19, yeah, fire away.
Okay, thank you so much.
Greg, just curious, could we use geranium and not necessarily specific on the last step for them for releasing emotions for children under the age of 7?
Yeah, geranium would be okay, and actually Roman chamomile or myrtle. Myrtle is actually really good for children.
Of those 3, which one would you pick?
Probably myrtle.
And to release the emotions, would you take them through the spots, or would you just have them breathe the oil?
You could, if they have the attention span, they can do it. If not, just have them inhale the myrtle.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes if they don't have the attention span, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? But at least get them to inhale it.
Thank you.
We had a couple people say that they got really cold.
A few people said they got really cold. That is a byproduct of spiritual energy coming in. Like you're shifting from your being driven by your lower nature to more your higher nature, your higher faculties. And the amount of spiritual energy coming in is substantial in this protocol. And so several people typed in that that's what was happening. So it's 12:30. So let's take an hour break for lunch. And when we come back, I would like to do questions and answers, but I would also like to talk about headaches. We'll start talking and addressing some protocols for headaches, but we'll also take questions, okay? So 12:30, so 1:30, an hour from now, wherever your time zone is, just adjust, and I'll see you in an hour. Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch. And again, in 2 weeks, originally we were going to be in Houston, but with everything going on, we're probably not going to be doing that. So we're just going to get ahead of the curve. And we are going to do a free class 9 to 6 on immunity and then also on anxiety. So we'll cover things that are going on right now, and it's open to everybody. So we'll give you a list of oils that are suggested. There won't be a kit since it's a free class, and we will send out the digital booklet before the class starts. So that will be in 2 weeks. So 2 weeks from today. Next weekend we'll be in Albuquerque doing the Wisdom of the Heart.
And the angels too.
And we'll be doing the angels too. And then the first weekend of June, we'll be doing the level 1 angel class on Saturday and the level 2 angel class on Sunday. So later in the month, or either later in June or the beginning of July, we'll also be doing Angel 3 class, which will be a free class to the ones that have taken 1 and 2. And then a little bit later, we'll be doing Angel 4, which will be another 1-day class. And again, that will also be a free class. So prerequisites are just level 1 and 2. Anyway, with that, yes.
I have signed, so maybe I haven't gotten the notice, but I have signed up for Wisdom of the Heart class. That weekend you're offering the immunity anxiety support class.
Yeah, we just had to switch that up. So can you do the weekend before?
Yeah, I can. I just didn't know that. Okay.
It just happened, Carol.
Yeah, it just happened.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Oh, just happened.
Last
Okay.
night. Yeah, it just happened last night.
Yeah.
All right. So
We'll still be doing the class.
Okay.
We were going to do 2 weekends in a row, but the Houston class has been canceled. So we will be doing it from New Mexico. So we'll just direct you to New Mexico.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so any of you guys who already signed up as well on that 29th, 30th class for the Wisdom of the Heart, go ahead and just email me at Plant Prana Calendar. I'll just have you send it there, I guess. Or my Apothecary Geek. I'm good either way. I'm checking them all at the moment. And just let me know. That way I can get your kit out to you. I'm sending kits out on Monday for the Wisdom of the Heart class and the next Angel 2 class. So.
And then you also will get the recording as well.
Yeah.
Whether you come in person or do it via Zoom, the recordings will always be available to you.
Yeah, so those of you who sign up for the Angel 2 class, you'll have all the previous practice recordings as well available for you.
Okay, so with that, before we start talking about headaches, I was going to open it up to just general questions and answers. Usually you guys have questions, and so no topic, just anything goes. Go ahead and ask some questions.
Hey, Greg, it's Andrew.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, I actually had 2 questions, if you don't mind.
Fire away.
Okay, so first, I write fiction, and one thing that I'd like to do is maybe, do you have a protocol that would help me? I could do it right before a writing session, and the 2 things I kind of need to lock down are, 1, I want to be channeling creativity and inspiration, and 2, I want to be focused in my work and just driving through, you know, the hiccups that come naturally through the writing process as those crop up. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I would use probably, you could use mugwort, you could use Cape Snowbush, you could use helichrysum. I would probably use mugwort or Cape Snowbush and then do the cranial pattern. And that should actually address both.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool. I'll give it
that's
a shot.
usually, we use mugwort a lot for people who are doing something artistic or something where there's a creative process. Like, so it could be writing, it could be architecture, it could be, some sort of, industry, even where you're needing to, create something and go through the details, but you're creating something or having to think outside the box. That is really good for stimulating the process. If there is the tendency to have some form of like confusion or difficulty recalling like words or information, or you can't concretize an idea, but it's lingering somewhere in your awareness or your consciousness, you can use petitgrain, which is any form of petitgrain, which is basically the leaves of citrus, or you can use basil, and again, same pattern, the cranial pattern.
Cool. All right, I'll give that a shot.
Yeah, let me know how that goes.
And my second question is, years ago, I injured my left shoulder, and it's mostly healed, but when I lift my arm up above my head, it kind of catches, doesn't work right. And because I'm compensating on my right side, when I do, there's a couple athletic things I do, lifting my arms over my head, and it's kind of getting in the way. And I was wondering if you had any suggestions for...
Like when you're going like this?
Yeah, exactly.
And you feel like as it gets more towards the top, or like when it's up in this range?
It's as it goes towards the top and as it goes backward, like towards my ear.
So that most likely is your tricep, the back part of your upper arm. And so I would put something like vetiver, marjoram, basil, petitgrain. I would do that for a little tiny bit, and then I would rotate that and then put something that increases circulation and tone, like black pepper, white pepper, put them in massage oils. You could also use things like thyme, things that increase circulation.
What's the first oils for? What would the first round be?
Just to decrease any sort of spasm or trigger point activity.
Thanks.
Yeah, like most likely there's probably a little bit of trigger point activity, but because it's in the extensor, it probably also is lacking a little bit of tone compared to the bicep.
Mm-hmm.
So the black pepper will help increase tone.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good luck with that. If that doesn't work, let me know.
I will.
Hi, Greg.
Hello, hello.
How are you? I have a question. There is the protocol for immune response to virus, bacteria, and fungi. The first is the protocol for immune response to viruses, bacteria, and fungi.
Right.
The first oil that you suggest for the first protocol is sweet honey. Is there any other option? Because I don't have sweet honey.
Yeah, you could use fennel. You could actually even use mugwort. Fennel would be another choice. Anise would be another choice. Mugwort could be another choice.
Perfect. That's it. Thank
Okay.
you, Greg.
You're so welcome. Are you enjoying?
Of course, always.
Yeah, good.
Thanks.
So may I ask a question in reference to elbows?
Yes, please.
Two different. One is a German Shepherd who had surgery on his elbow and seemed to be doing fine, and then mom overworked him and now he's limping. And I said I would ask you. And the second is a young man tore his elbow and the nerve damage and stuff. So two different elbow questions, one for a dog and one for...
Okay, so for the dog, I would probably put a little bit of basil and some alcohol and rub it on the joint itself,
Okay.
like a liniment. And that way, if it's an alcohol, it won't make the fur real oily, where they'll lick it. And so, it'll dry out. And so, I'd probably put it in like a little bit of vodka or something versus rubbing alcohol, because the dog
Gotcha.
probably will lick it.
Uh-huh.
And so even though it stinks, a lot of times with an essential oil, the dog, you'll notice they'll go to smell it and then they'll kind of turn away because the smell's too strong. But eventually the dog's going to lick it. So I would put it in probably vodka or something like that, so that if he licks it, he doesn't get the toxicity like he would from the rubbing alcohol.
Gotcha.
That should be enough for an overworked joint for that. It'll calm the nerves. It will reduce a spasm. It will improve lymphatic function for the dog. Basil works really well for animals.
Okay.
You know, I've never really used it on cats, but dogs quite a bit. The only thing with using oils, never use essential oils on birds. You know, if you have a big bird or something, birds can't process oils. And so I just always want to throw that out there when we start talking about animals, that never use oils around birds. Don't burn incense around birds. Their lungs don't have the ability to process it like animals or the way we do. And it actually is, can be fatal. And so birds are, you know, that's another ball of wax. But for the dog, basil usually works. Now for the person with the elbow injury, like what happened to the elbow?
He said he tore some ligament and the nerves are kind of got damaged in that process.
But the injury is at the elbow or is it at the shoulder?
At the elbow.
So we're probably looking at some scar tissue.
Okay.
Scar tissue means that there is what we call a fascial lesion in the connective tissue or the fascia. And so that restricts blood flow and it starts to bind nerves and reduce lymphatic function. So helichrysum is always the first choice, but it's a little bit expensive. Marjoram or camphor is a good substitute. And
Thank you very
so
much.
you could put marjoram or camphor on there multiple times a day. I would probably put it in massage oil and rub it into that area. Make it the potency of an ointment, which would be about 20 to 30 drops per ounce of carrier oil.
Okay.
So whatever carrier oil doesn't really matter, but you know, it could even be lotion. But just rub it on there several times a day. Take it down into the forearm a little bit as well.
Can you use
should-
camphor? Castor
you can-
oil?
Yeah,
Castor oil?
Castor
As a
oil.
carrier?
Yeah, castor oil will work.
Okay. Thank you. I will pass on your teachings and maybe you get some more students.
Yeah, thank you. The castor oil is very good. You know, like a weird little fact about castor oil, like when a person has a hernia, if you apply castor oil to the hernia 2 to 3 times a day, it actually a lot of times will repair about 70 to 80% of the hernia.
Good to know.
Yeah, like castor oil is really amazing for a lot of things. You know, Edgar Casey used to do those castor oil packs, and they're cleansing and they're very good for the body. They help stimulate the healing processes of the body. So castor oil is very good. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Greg.
Castor oil can go rancid, by the way. So if it sits for long periods of time and it starts to have like a funny smell, it's because it's rancid.
Okay, good. Good to know. Thank you again.
Hi, Greg.
Hello.
This is Andrea from Mexico.
Hey, Andrea. How are
Hey,
you?
fine, and you?
I'm doing good. Good.
Great. So, well, I was just wondering if very fast you can give us like just a couple of highlights about the Trigger Point, Linden Blossom, and Peaceful Mind oils.
So the Trigger Point it does a couple of things. So Trigger Point blend is for just that trigger points, which is a specific spot in a muscle that then starts to cause neurological or physiological dysfunction in the body. Like, for example, like you could have a trigger point in your temple and it will radiate down and cause tooth pain. Or if you have a trigger point here in this shoulder, it actually causes a headache that comes up over the ear into the temple and actually even in and around the eye and pain behind the eye. And so trigger points are also tied to you not hitting deep enough sleep or hitting the anabolic state in your sleep. And so part of it is to deactivate the trigger point, which is kind of like a knot, but a knot that's causing like physical problems, you know, physiological problems. And so the issue with trigger points is we want to help push the body into an anabolic state. So you're trying to stimulate certain processes or rhythms in the body. So even just by itself, ginger actually helps to stimulate those rhythms, but the trigger point blend is made to do that as well. And so it stimulates a healing process. It decreases the physiological problems that come from dysfunctions in the soft tissue. And then it helps to actually deepen some of the rhythms and processes that happen while you're sleeping.
Great.
Now, linden blossom is a very good nerve tonic. It's very soothing to the nerves. And it's what's known as a cephalic, which means it increases circulation or blood to the brain. And so it's very good for brain fatigue and any sort of like nerve depletion, nerve-related anxieties, depletions, anything that's to do with like depleted or malfunctioning nerves. Linden blossom is really super good and soothing. It's calming, it's soothing, it's tonifying, and it's very strengthening to the brain and a few of the different brain waves. Specifically, what we've noticed is it's very good for hitting theta waves. So theta waves would have to do with also higher states of awareness or consciousness, accessing things from the unconsciousness, the ability to see outside oneself, things like that. So linden blossom is very good for that. And then what was the last one that you wanted to know about?
Peaceful mind.
Peaceful mind. Peaceful mind was for, that was actually for releasing, patterns out of the abstract mind. A lot of, like when we go through and think of like how we have our stories or our patterns, our repetitive thought processes, some of it's in the concrete mind, but a lot of it is in the abstract mind. It's in the part of the mind that recognizes and sees patterns, but sometimes it gets locked into patterns.
Okay.
And so that blend peaceful mind is a way to release things out of the abstract mind to kind of clear the pathway so that you can process information here and now versus from the past. And so it quiets down the mental chatter somewhat.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Greg.
Good to hear from you. How's the weather down there in Mexico?
Very hot, very warm,
Very warm?
but raining a lot.
Really? Lots
Yes.
of rain?
Yes. We miss you very much.
Yeah, we're figuring out when, with everything going on, we're gonna figure out when we can get down there and see you guys again.
Woo!
Yeah.
Amazing.
Hi, Greg. This is Mary.
Hello. Hey, Mary.
I've got a patient with postpartum depression. She's nursing. She had some kind of lung involvement that caused some lung fluid. She doesn't have COVID-19 as far as she's been tested. They haven't found it. But she feels like she's got a great weight on her chest. And I've only seen her once. I thought I could just move the weight, and it's pretty stubborn.
Okay. And how long ago did she have the baby?
2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Oh, so wow. And did you try treating the spleen?
Yes, I've only seen her once.
Yeah.
I'm not going to see it.
Usually postpartum depression is a really super depleted spleen. And so when the spleen is depleted, the heart has a hard time activating because and the person also has a hard time feeling. And so part of it is like they don't have the energy to feel, and the emotional body doesn't have the energy to like show emotion. You know, they feel almost like kind of numb. A lot of times what they'll also say is like everything feels hopeless. Like they'll just go, what's the point? It's all hopeless. That's actually tied to the spleen being depleted. I would clean the spleen with healing, but things that are good for usually postpartum depression are usually jasmine has always been used. Now, if jasmine's not practical, you could try using things like thyme, or things that are fortifying. They'll be slower, but they'll still work. Anything that's an evergreen, like fir, spruces, or resinous, frankincense, myrrh, opopanax, things like that, mastic, any of those should be fortifying and help the person hold on just a second. Miriam, do you know her blood pressure?
I don't know.
She's got a cardiovascular issue.
Mhm.
It might regulate. It might regulate a little bit. It could just be. Give me just a second here. She's been checked out by her physician.
Yes.
She looks like she has a blood clot. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not trying to diagnose, but
And where?
so this is what whenever there's a blood clot and you're not sure where it's at, this is what you do. I'm going to tell you how to do it with oils, and I'm going to tell you how to do it with pranic healing. Okay. So with oils, you would have them inhale helichrysum. You could even give her a couple of drops of helichrysum.
Okay.
I'm going to say though, if that pressure in the chest increases, she needs to go back to her physician. So one of the things that I would check is also go along her calf.
She's on the West Coast.
Have her squeeze her calf on the sides and make sure that there's just no blood clot down in the lower leg, but most likely it's not down there, but let's just make sure. Ask her if there's any discoloration that's happening in any part of her body, in the skin, but especially the legs. But helichrysum inhaled and then ingested. Now with pranic healing, like 30 to 40 breathing cycles of solid light green to medium green in the lungs. Just keep filling the lungs with green. Like just green, 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 green.
Filling.
Yeah. Because what you're doing is you're filling up the lungs, and then as the blood passes through the lungs, you're basically filling the blood with green prana. And so these were instructions that were given by Master Choa. And the thing that you're wanting to address is if there's any sort of clotting issue that can happen. A lot of times the body will break it up on its own, but she looks like there's a little bit of a compromise of the cardiovascular system. Her spleen is still depleted, but it could be depleted because of this issue actually. And so you could fill the lungs up multiple times. Like you could do it, and then later in the day or the next day you could do it again. Usually a treatment or two will break up the clot. Like if it's not a major clot, it will break it up, the clot. But if there starts to be intense pressure in the chest, she needs to go back to her physician. I mean, that's one of the signs of that the clot might be hitting the lungs. So that starts to be a serious issue. I mean, she's probably seeing her physician. I would hope she's seeing her physician, but with something with like that where she's just had the baby, it could just be a clot that's from the baby and the body is still breaking it up. Miriam, will you keep me posted on her?
Yes.
Hi, Greg.
Hello.
This is Tina. How are you doing?
Hey, Tina in Houston.
Yep.
How are you?
Good. I was really wanting to do some subconscious clearing, just general subconscious clearing. What would be a good oil and maybe a pattern to do that with?
There's actually a 4-step protocol. When you're wanting to release things from the unconscious, one of the best ways of doing that is clearing off energetically the protective webs. And so I would have to go through and look that up, but we'll post it on Pat Prana Q&A because I'll have to look that up and then we'll post you a protocol. It'll be a 4-step protocol though. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. So hold on just a sec. Yes, Jacques.
Following the previous person, blood thickening and clotting is one of the most devastating symptoms of COVID-19.
Oh.
And so I don't know about this woman, but I was going to ask you in preparation for COVID, we did the breathing exercise, but if we have a tendency to have clotting, or if we have COVID and we start feeling that the blood is thickening and we have the toes getting pink and the clots can happen anywhere in organs. Is there a protocol to do?
So when one person's asking if one of the byproducts of COVID is and I would say the new COVID. The COVID that was around 10, 12 years ago didn't have the clotting issues that this mutation is a bit different, and it actually, I don't know if it's a new development or we just weren't paying attention to it, but blood thickening or blood clotting is a byproduct of the COVID-19. So with that, there's 2 oils that are really good for dealing with clots. One would be the helichrysum. Now, helichrysum is a little bit impractical just because of it's a little bit harder to access and it costs. It's a little bit more expensive. But a really good, inexpensive oil that you can take large dosages of and is a good cure-all and good for the immune system is lemon. Lemon oil, it has a thinning effect on the blood. It helps to reduce thickness of blood. It helps to reduce the clotting. And it is one of the most inexpensive oils there is. And so usually if the person's not in crisis, I usually put them on lemon. Even if there is cardiovascular predisposition to clotting, you can actually take even 6-8 drops of lemon in your water throughout the day. And that's a pretty healthy dosage. Now, if you don't have access to either one of those and you still want that, let's stay away from the aspirin aspect because we just don't know what the complications are. But one of the things that you can take from the health food store is ginkgo biloba. Ginkgo biloba also has a thinning effect on the blood. So ginkgo biloba is something you could take a couple capsules of, and it increases circulation to the brain, but it has a thinning effect. Now, the downside from taking something that's thinning your blood is if you bump something, you might bruise easier, or if you get a cut, it's going to take much longer for your bleeding to stop. And so it is a double-edged sword. And so with that, you know, you need to be a little bit extra careful about that. You know, if you're taking decent dosages of it, maybe carry Band-Aids with you. The oil that really stops bleeding, like if you were to get a cut and you're on blood thinners, one of the oils that we use is yarrow. Yarrow, and you put it just directly on the spot. Now it's going to be dark blue, but it will stop bleeding. In fact, there was a time where I was doing work on a ranch, and one of the animals had given birth and was basically bleeding out. And we put a bunch of yarrow on the spot, and we were able to stop the bleeding. Yeah, unfortunately, the animal ended up passing away about a day later. They had a cardiovascular, the heart wasn't fully formed. And so, but the bleeding, we were able to stop it with the yarrow. And the vet said that usually when the animal would start bleeding like that, he said there's just no stopping it. And the yarrow actually stopped the bleeding. It's just, unfortunately, the animal still had a heart defect. So there was not a whole lot to be done for it. But yarrow I've used in many cases where people are on medications for blood thinners. I usually have the person carry a bottle of yarrow in their pocket so that if they do end up with a cut, they usually have to go to the emergency room because they can't stop the bleeding. And it's a little bit messy, but it does stop the bleeding. So, next question.
Okay. This is Tracy again. So you talk a lot about, or you mentioned frequently about the SCM, the diaphragm, and the thighs, or some muscle in the leg, and how they kind of work together. Does that have anything to do with any of the psychological attack, psychic attack kind of stuff?
It has it kind of, only in the sense that it has to do with fight flight. And so the sternocleidomastoid, or the SCM and diaphragm and the psoas, usually have a lot to do with autonomic function. And anytime the body goes into fight flight, those become tightened and constricted, or if those tighten and constrict, it throws the body into fight flight. It could go either way. So if somebody is being really super hostile and aggressive to you, those will go into constriction. And if those go into constriction, it'll feel like something bad is happening, although in the environment something might not be happening, but your body feels like it's happening.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So totally, it goes both ways. And so one of the things that we figured out, like way back in the day, I was working with that doctor where we were treating whiplash patients, and whiplashes where they were more frontal or from behind, there tended to be a much higher level of anxiety than side impacts. And part of no, wait, I'm getting that wrong. It was frontal and side impacts. There was higher levels or degrees of anxiety than, no, I'm still getting that wrong. Hold on, let me, it's because it's been a long time since I've looked at it. It was rear impact and side impacts, higher level of anxiety than when the person actually hit the person in front of them. And the reason is that a different muscle group gets injured. And so the frontal impact actually injures a muscle towards the back of the neck called the levator scapula. And that doesn't have the impact on the autonomic nervous system that the sternocleidomastoid does. And so the side impacts and getting hit from the rear directly impacts the sternocleidomastoid. And as soon as that happens, I mean, within a short amount of time, the person starts to have anxiety. Eventually, the blood pressure goes up, and there starts to be shortness of breath, borderline respiratory issue, and they start to have digestive complaints. And so that usually takes about 6 months for all of that to manifest. But you know, when I was seeing some of the bombing victims from the Boston Marathon, you know, we were treating people who were close to the bomb site. You know, the skin wasn't broken, but they had concussion injuries. And so I'd ask them how they felt, and then I would describe to them what their symptoms were. And, you know, being a weird esoteric dude, they'd say, you can clairvoyantly see that? And I was like, no, mechanically, that's what happens to you when you have that kind of neck injury. And it was almost to a T what was happening to them. You know, but a lot of times they didn't put 2 and 2 together as the digestive issue being part of the injury. But you know, I described their digestive issues almost to a T.
You just described my car accident to a T.
Yeah.
Except I was hit from behind and hit the person in front of me. So.
Yeah, so then you would have actually both types. Each direction actually causes a different kind set of injuries. And then when we were looking at it, we looked at the 4-direction impact, and then like the abnormal impact, you know, like a roll or a hit from an angle or a spin, you know, something like that, where basically just you get all the different types of neck injuries. And so, yeah, each type of impact caused different sets of injuries that had to be monitored over a period of time. Like the frontal impact, there was a high incident of right hip replacements. And so, you know, every direction had its issue. And so at one point, I was really wanting to actually write a book about it, but I mean, it's not something that would be probably for the general public, except for some self-help thing. But the only reason we didn't is I started shopping it around, and basically nobody was interested in Whiplash. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I might actually throw together a bunch of notes for Whiplash and just post them on the site for reference for you guys. I'm going to start doing that over the next several months. We have a website that's going to be up, that's going to be an informative website. It's going to start being posted in about 2 to 3 weeks. We're waiting on our web designer to be freed up from a project, but the website is going to be new and different within about 2 or 3 weeks. So
that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. There'll be ongoing education on the website, by the way. We're gonna double down and triple down on education for the next I don't know, 15 to 20 years. That was a joke, but not really. I'm a Capricorn. I'm thinking more like 25 years, but you know, what do we know? So, you had a question?
Yes. Another one.
Yeah,
is there any protocol for urinary infections, kidney stones, or infections in kidneys?
A lot of times, kidney infections, the thing with kidneys and essential oils, it can be a little bit of a delicate thing. When they start to become compromised, the kidneys have a hard time kind of processing the oils. And so thyme is always good for infection. If it's a low-grade infection, sometimes there's low-grade infections that don't even show up, but they're still in the body, I'll use Moroccan thyme for that. Thyme or myrrh. Myrrh can actually be really good for those low-grade infections that you just can't get rid of. As far as kidney stones, there's nothing that really breaks up the stones, but a lot of times you want to use things that help to relax the smooth muscle so that the stone can pass. And so things like inhaling lemongrass and, you know, putting your awareness on the groin area and the kidneys, that can be very helpful. You could take a drop or so of lemongrass in water, like a substantial amount of water, and drink it, and that could be helpful. One of the things that I've done, and this is kind of a funny one, but it's worked, is I have a client drink some water and then drink a beer, because the beer will make them pee, and it also relaxes all the smooth muscle of the urinary tract. And so that has worked a bunch of times. There is some old school herbs. There's an old school herb called gravel root that we use sometimes for treating kidney stones. Gravel root does work, help pass the stone. If you're prone to the infections, I would say boost the immune system by taking myrrh on a regular basis, or Moroccan thyme. And then you can get like pure cranberry juice, or get the capsules that has the cranberry in it. I would actually drink the juice if you could, but not like the ocean spray cranberry. Get like really genuine like cranberry juice from the health food store. I mean, it's gonna taste, you know, real strong, but it will really help knock out the potential issues with the urinary tract. Eucalyptus also gets used to treat urinary tract infections. I would put it in lotion, and I would put it on the lower abdomen and rub it on the inner part of the thighs and the low back area.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, you're welcome. And if you still need help with even with none of that works, let me know, and we'll do something you know, different or stronger. But usually all of that will work.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, Greg.
Lulu.
This is Vitri. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I have a question. What oil would be good for gout?
Gout. Gout, you have several issues with gout. So you need to improve kidney function and elimination. So I would say juniper, a couple drops of juniper and water daily for a little while will help. Now, if you're in the middle of you know, gout crisis, you know, where it's really inflamed and everything, you need to try to disinflame it as much as possible. So something like yarrow or German chamomile rubbed on any of the real painful spots can be helpful. But part of the issue is the uric acid is getting stuck in the joints, and it's like got these like little spiky things on it. And so it can be really hard on the tissue. Lovage is also used to treat gout. You could use it topically in all those areas. You could take a little bit of lovage internally, but I would say juniper is easier and much less expensive, and it would work. But you could take juniper baths. You know, just don't make the bath too super hot. make it like a lukewarm, because sometimes the juniper can be a little bit sensitizing. So maybe only 8 or 10 drops in a bath with some salt. You could use Epsom salt or regular salt and soak, and that should be helpful. And then, look at like not taking in as much like red meat, or you got to cut down if there's any alcohol consumption, reduce it. Like rich foods, reduce it. There's a really famous aromatherapist that he's from Europe, so he loves his ale and his beers and wine, and he has really bad gout, and it's one of those things. He goes, I don't want to give up my pint, but at the same time that gout gets to be really hard. And so if you go through and manage it, sometimes you don't have to change the diet too drastically. But boy, when he sees an outbreak, he has a really bad outbreak. Try just keeping it in check before there's an outbreak. So the juniper is a good one to do with salt baths and with like rubbing it on the body, on the skin. Try helping the skin to excrete. So anything that helps the skin to detoxify. You could do parsley on the skin. You could do celery seed on the skin. Parsley is probably your best bet though. Like, rubbing parsley in on like with a lotion.
The parsley essential oil, or?
Yeah, mix parsley essential oil with some lotion and rub it into the skin. Yeah, seaweed would also work. It's a bit expensive. It's an absolute. We were kicking around the idea of making a seaweed lotion, but it smells green. It doesn't smell like the seaweed like when you walk out on the ocean, but it smells real green and everything. But we might do a little trial run just for people who are wanting to detoxify the skin somewhat. We're gonna probably do like a two or three different versions of a skin detox for people who are wanting to do that. But anytime you stimulate the detoxification through the skin, you're stimulating all the other organs of blood purification, and you're easing the effects of the toxicity of the body through getting rid of it through the skin. You're easing the impact on the other organs. You're easing it on the kidneys, you're easing it on the liver, on the lungs, and it's also tied to how the lungs also release. You don't just release from the lungs through exhalation. Part of how the skin, or part of how the lungs release things from the body is actually through skin function.
When will that be available?
We can maybe, I have like some like little prototypes that I'll send them off. We were still kind of testing them out, but if you'd like, we can send them out.
I'd love one, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send it to Plant Prana Orders at Gmail, and we'll make up a batch this week and send them out.
Good. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, parsley is nice. It feels very good on the skin. It actually is really good on the joints, because you're detoxifying the body. So the joints actually tend to feel better afterwards.
That's probably good too for high blood pressure, right?
It potentially is, because like if you've ever had like really high blood pressure, you can feel like this weirdness in the skin.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if people have ever had that, but like if the blood pressure gets up really high, you'll feel like this little weird or buzzing feeling or sensation in the skin. And so part of that is the skin is getting really toxic and congested. And so there's little receptor sites there. And so if you go up and clean the skin, it possibly can impact blood pressure. On that same note, I did not know this. We've been testing this with a blood pressure cuff. you know, the person has to have high blood pressure. It won't just drop the blood pressure for no reason. But one oil that we found that has, it hasn't done it every time, but it's having a pretty significant impact on some forms of blood pressure is Cape Snowbush. Like 8 or 10 drops applied to the skin or a couple of drops taken internally. I've had somebody drop their blood pressure as much as 15 points.
I have to get one of those too.
Yeah. Yeah. Petitgrin sometimes can work. Yarrow sometimes can work. But I got to say, the most drastic thing that I've seen so far has been the Cape Snow.
Thank you.
I was actually surprised about it. We stumbled on it by accident, and then testing it out, it has been working significant amount of the time. It doesn't work every time, but it does seem to work. But the dosage has to be kind of big topically, or at least a couple drops internally.
Hey, Greg, what about the castor oil packs for the kidneys? You could put that right
Yeah.
on.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah. One of the things that you can also do for kidney function is you take black spruce, like several drops of black spruce, and you can rub it on the kidney area, either neat, or you can do dry brushing over the kidney area, and then add a few drops of the black spruce and like a massage oil or a lotion. And over a period of time, that is very strengthening to the kidneys. Just dry brushing over the area is good, but the black spruce is really good for kidney function.
Thank you, Greg.
So when using ginger to stimulate rhythms in the body, which protocol is most effective?
For stimulating the overall processes of the body, let's see. It's in the sleep memory class. And like you guys, I have to look it up.
And also, Letty already found the webs. And so as soon as this is over, we'll post it on the Plant Chronic Q&A.
Greg, I have a, it's Narayani, a random question about lomatium. I don't know if you know much about it or if it's ever comes or is prepared as an essential oil.
What is it? What is it?
Lomatium.
Lomatium?
Lomatium, Lomatium. Somebody recommended to me and said it was a very powerful herb for, well, it's been used apparently fairly successfully in treating the symptoms from Lyme disease and other things that cause inflammation.
I'm not aware of that being in an essential oil form. I can look into it.
Yeah, I just wondered because you said sometimes before the essential oils are so much more powerful than tinctures and things. Yeah. Okay.
Lomatium was used for the 1918 Spanish flu.
Yeah.
It's good for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the epidemiologists said it was good, but it hold for pregnant and children. And it can be very effective. The Native Americans used it and discovered it. But the epidemiologists at UNM said it works well for
Oh, good. Well, that's good.
infections.
I'll look into it.
Thank you.
Going back to the question about the ginger, it's the one for the anabolic state, sleep segment 4, but it's basically the protocol is to inhale with your awareness on the organs for blood purification.
Okay. Is there an oil and pattern a long-term fibro patient could take?
Long-term fibromyalgia?
I'm guessing she just
Yeah,
fibro.
so I think somebody's asking, is there oils that are good for long-term fibromyalgia? The person put fibro. We're assuming it's fibromyalgia?
Meredith? Are you able to confirm?
Yes, sorry.
Fibromyalgia. Yeah. So I would say a little bit of a multifaceted approach. Anything that's lymphatic is usually really good. So ginger is also very good. The lymphatic I would take topically. Ginger you can inhale or take internally. Turmeric, black cumin would also be ones that you could take internally that would go over really well. But the issue with that also, fibromyalgia, is the spleen is usually very depleted, right? And then there is brain fatigue. You know, the brain fatigue comes from just poor lymphatic function and pain and achiness. You know, it's just, it accumulates over a period of time. So a lot of times the oils that are good for lymphatic function also strengthen the brain. But in case you're not sure, things like rosemary, petitgrain, basil, grapefruit, all good for the brain, and linden blossom, really super good for the brain. Neroli, which is orange blossom, very good for the brain. Yeah, without spending crazy money, those are the good ones for the brain. Yeah. And so Catrafate has always been used kind of traditionally for stimulating lymphatic rhythm. Also good for fibromyalgia. Especially that's also good for stimulating lymphatic movement along the spine.
Can you repeat the oil, please, Craig?
Catrafate, Katrafay.
So if you felt like you wanted to give her one protocol and one oil, and you know,
I would start with lymphatic blend, like anything that like get the lymph moving, like clean up the lymph and get it moving. Yeah.
Can I ask something about the fibro? A lot of times I have clients who have fibromyalgia and almost to a T, they have a very intense history of trauma. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's usually stress and trauma can be tied. I mean, even post-traumatic stress disorder can also be involved with fibromyalgia. So trauma, prolonged periods of stress, and the stress could also be an infection, like a long-term infection can do it. Long-term injury or chronic pain syndrome can do it. The difficulty with fibromyalgia is it's depleted nerves, like the somatic nerves are depleted. And so that can happen for any number of reasons. And so things that are also fortifying for fibromyalgia are like firs, spruces, frankincense. Like frankincense and myrrh together are also really super good. Frankincense and myrrh are really good for fibromyalgia because they're fortifying to the somatic nerves and they stimulate deeper lymphatic movement, like lymphatic movement that's closer to the bones. And so you have like a regular lymphatic movement, you have lymphatic movement in the skin, but then you have this really deep lymphatic movement. And frankincense and myrrh is really good together to stimulate deep lymphatic movement. And so that's the blend 3 Wiseman that we put together. It's different types of frankincense and then myrrh and opopanox, which is sweet myrrh. That's all put together for deep lymphatic movement and to treat certain types of pain syndromes. Yeah.
Is there a pattern for the linden blossom for the nerve improvement?
For nerve improvement, for brain fatigue, you would use the cranial pattern. If it's all over the body or just chronic fatigue syndrome, I would just cover the whole body. You know how we did like the feet, the lower legs, the legs. You could do that, but the cranial pattern is usually what will jumpstart it.
Greg, I have a question for you about myrrh. I have a bottle from a number of years ago. It was a good quality CO2 wild Somalian myrrh. And it really got so thick, I can't actually even turn it up. And I know it's always like thick and resinous, but I can't get the last half of the bottle actually even out to sort of run and drip anymore. What do you do with it? Is it still good?
So that is a very common issue with myrrh, especially myrrh that came out of Somalia. The thing that happened, somebody went in, some cosmetic company went in and bought up all the Somalian myrrh, and so a lot of the myrrh now comes out of like Ethiopia and places like that, and so there's different types of myrrh, but not all of it will harden over a period of time, but it's so resinous when it gets distilled that that happens. And so what you do is like heat up a cup of water, like boil it, you know, get like you're making a cup of tea, and then, you know, make sure the cap's on real tight, and then put the bottle of myrrh in the hot water and let it sit there for several minutes, and it will start to liquefy. And once it's in that state, I mean, you can just do that when you want to use it. You can liquefy it every time. But what I would do is I would add some like Everclear, you know, some really high proof alcohol, you know, something that doesn't have very much water in it. Like for me,
I use vodka that I use for liniments, or is that not?
Vodka's still got a pretty high water content.
Okay.
And so I would use Everclear because it's like 190 proof. It's almost pure alcohol. You know, grain alcohol would work. I use perfumer's alcohol, but it's really, I mean, it's pure alcohol. It's really super expensive. And so Everclear is the poor man's perfumer's alcohol. You know, it doesn't have a smell. It's almost pure alcohol, very low water content, because if you have water in that, eventually that's going to mold. And so if alcohol is not a choice, liquefy it and then add jojoba. Jojoba is a wax that, you know, even though it feels oily, it's actually technically a wax. It'll never go rancid. And it actually is a scent extender. And so one of the things you can do is liquefy it, you know, in the heat. And then when it comes out of the cup, you know, dry the bottle off, open it up, and then add jojoba in it. And then if you need to heat it up again, if it still is too thick, the jojoba won't go rancid when you heat it.
Okay.
And so that's the way to long-term keep that like liquid.
Thank you. And when you say jojoba wax, is that the same as the jojoba oil like I have?
Yeah, jojoba oil is actually technically a wax.
It is a wax, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hey, Greg, could we do that with vetiver too? Because I like to take vetiver internally
totally.
sometimes, and it's just obnoxious to get out.
Yeah, you could do that. You could add a little alcohol to it. I mean, if you're going to use it kind of fast, you can make a tincture out of it with vodka or something like that. But I wouldn't have it all sitting there for long periods of time, because eventually the vodka and the oil could cause an issue. You know, anytime there's water content in it, you have the potential for mold growth.
How much of the jojoba or the Everclear do you put in it?
Depends on what you're dealing with and how thick it is, you know, like, so, like I get a CO2 feverfew, and, you know, we use that for like headaches and things like that, and relaxing tissue. And even when I mix it 1-to-1, it's still not enough. And so I have to do it like 2 or 3 to 1. But like a lot of times with what you guys are talking about, you might only have to add, like, say if there's an ounce, you can probably add like 10 mils and it would be enough to liquefy it, keep it liquid. So you almost have to kind of play it by ear, unless you're not worried about how liquid it gets. But sometimes the absolutes, we have to add a little bit of perfumer's alcohol to make it pourable. Because like some of the things that we'll get, they actually will come as a solid, and we have to like liquefy, you know, I have this device that like heats it, And then we just start slowly adding alcohol until it gets liquid enough and stays liquid when the temperature cools. And so it really is a case-by-case basis. Even if it's the same plant, it depends on what came from the distiller. It depends. So for me, I go case by case. It depends.
Hey, Greg. I had read something about with everybody getting the oils shipped in the mail. I had read something to actually let them sit, don't open them right away, because some of the essential chemicals could have separated from the oil. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I read that. I thought it was interesting.
You mean when it's in a base oil or?
Just, yeah, so like when you ship your oils to everybody and just the regular essential oils.
If it's a volatile oil, they're staying, you're fine. I mean, if anything, just shake it up. But if it's in a base oil, then that's when things would, like a fatty oil, like almond oil or something like that. That's when things would separate. Just shake it up a little bit. Yeah.
What's the ratio of essential oil to oil for the massage oil you recommended for the tricep?
The ratio for the blend for the tricep issue, I would actually make that not a massage oil, but an ointment. And I would do 20 to 30 drops per ounce of carrier oil, because that's going to be topical, not used all over the body. If it was a massage oil for all over the body, I would do 20 or 30 drops for 4 ounces of oil. But for an ointment, per 1 ounce. Okay. So we still have about 15 or 20 minutes.
I have one more question.
Yeah, fire away.
I couldn't find the cranial pattern in the book, and where you have all the patterns. Is it the same as the creativity pattern?
It's the throat minor, back throat, jaw.
Oh, okay. I'll find that. Yeah, that's.
We'll post it on the Plant Prana Q&A.
Okay, cranial pattern. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one question, Greg.
Yes, fire away.
I was asking if there was anything you would recommend as a substitute for the lymph blend. Is there a single oil or a couple of single oils?
Yeah, so oils that are good, that are single oils for lymphatic function, is helichrysum is always a really good choice. It's not a practical choice because it's a little bit expensive, but it's a really good lymphatic decongestant. Bay laurel is very good for lymph nodes. Like if you start to get a sore throat, bay laurel is very good for knocking out a sore throat, cleaning up the lymph nodes in the armpit and in the throat area. I mean, lymph nodes anywhere, but especially that. Lemon is good lymphatic decongestant. It's not super strong, but over a period of time, it does work. Lemongrass can work over a period of time. Cedar can work pretty good. A lot of times with that, cedar and rosemary together are a very good combination. And so that can be a good combo. Single oil. Thyme is always a good one taken internally. You know, a drop or two in water. That can be quite good. Even ginger can be a little bit of a lymphatic decongestant. So.
What was the last one?
Ginger.
Ginger.
Black cumin taken internally can be very good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Hey, Greg, the black cumin, I got it in capsule form since I couldn't get it. Can you tell me how much I'm supposed to take of that?
Well, if you're just trying to do like something that's toning, a couple a day, but like if you're in a crisis or you're trying to fight, you know, some sort of issue, you could take 5, 6 in a day.
Thank you.
Greg, can you talk about how to use the Inflamed?
You can use that kind of anyway. You can use that topically. You can use it in a bath, so you could put it in an alcohol base and rub it on as a liniment. You can put it in massage oil and rub it on that way, or you could put a couple drops in water and take it internally. You could also inhale it. So it's one of those ones that works pretty much any way you want. Putting it in alcohol and rubbing it on the body as a liniment feels really good, by the way. Feels really super good. It's very calming and soothing to the nerves. Very good for recovering from injuries, reducing inflammation. So you can put it in a lotion or a massage oil, you know, several drops in your hand, and then just rub it, and then rub it on the spot. That will work very well as well.
Greg, this is Narayani again. Going back to the bay laurel, I have a friend / client who just had a breast removed from surgery about a month ago from breast cancer, and also the lymph nodes under the same armpit of the breast that was removed. And she's recovering, but she's been saying she's been struggling with a lot of heat regulation in the body, and like she, you know, can't sweat properly, and then has these sort of overrun hot flushy times, and then these extreme cold.
Has she had chemo or radiation?
She doesn't want to continue. She doesn't want to go to that side of the ongoing therapy. She wants to deal with things. Her healing.
So she just did surgery, no chemo or no radiation.
And she says she's choosing to do without sort of further.
But she never had it, right? She never had it.
No.
No.
I mean, with the sort of, you're talking about bay laurel, and is there a way to take that would be effective, or is there anything?
Yeah, you could take a couple drops internally. You could make it into like a massage oil or a lotion. For something like that, you have a couple of issues. Like you also have some scarring, some scar tissue from the surgery site. So helichrysum would be first choice for the incision site. Marjoram or camphor would also be good, but helichrysum would be first choice. Then you could try the bay laurel, but you know, there's a real gentle way of mixing both rosalina with Spanish marjoram in equal parts, and making it into a massage oil, and then have her rub it all over the neck, chest and back, you know, arms, you know, just the whole area. And it's a very gentle way of strengthening the immune system and flushing out the lymph, but in a way that's very gentle, and it's really relaxing to the muscles of the neck and chest. And so I would probably do some form of that.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, briefly going back to the alcohol, did you say isopropyl alcohol is okay? Is it strong?
It's okay topically, but
I mean, like in the myrrh, in something like the myrrh you were talking about.
Oh, probably not. I would use like Everclear.
Yeah, I'd looked it up. You can't seem to buy it right now. I think it's because people were buying it out for all the disinfecting.
I would use jojoba for your myrrh.
Okay. All right.
Get some jojoba. Yeah. The rubbing alcohol would change the scent too much, and it would just throw the myrrh off. Okay. I would just put jojoba. Jojoba is nice because it will also extend the scent, and really won't change the plant or the properties at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you familiar with Pueraria?
No.
Okay.
So can we post the headache protocol if there's no time, because it's basically 13 minutes left?
We were going to do some explorations. Yeah, so we're running out of time, so we'll post some things later tonight about the headache stuff. But we're also going to be doing ongoing study groups, so we will cover it. So I want to guide you through how to troubleshoot headaches and things like that. So we'll post some information, but we'll also do another study group. So keep watching the Plant Prana Q&A and the Plant Prana Facebook site, and we'll announce other study groups. But 2 weeks from today, a whole 9 to 6 class on immunity, and part of it's on immunity, and another half of the class will be on anxiety and anxiety support. So different ways of treating anxiety, and that's open to everybody. So even if you've never had the class, you're welcome to invite some people that you want. It doesn't matter, just send us the link either through the Facebook site or through Plant Prana, is it calendar or calendars?
Calendar.
So or you can contact us through plantpranacalendar@gmail.com. So we're changing things up a little bit, so kind of stay in contact, so that the way we've been organizing things is changing a little bit with all the changes. And we'll have a website up here shortly that will kind of be the hub for everything. But until then, bear with me for the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then we'll have the hub up and everything can revolve around the website. So yeah, so just reach out to us directly. So let's end with, how about we'll end with a little bit of a meditation. And so let's pull out your hyssop. Hyssop, Neoli, or whatever you use for that first step of the breathing. Close your eyes. Take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness down to the navel, your belly button. Move your awareness down 1.5 inches below your navel. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go of everything, just be still. Keep your eyes closed, keep the bottle still close at hand, but be still, just let go. Okay, again, awareness on your heart, inhale. Keep your eyes closed. Move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness down to the navel.
Keep your awareness an inch and a half below the navel. Awareness to the top of your head, the crown. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Okay, one more time. Inhale the hyssop. Your awareness is on your heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. Awareness is on the top of your head. Keep inhaling. Just let go. Let go of everything. Let go of the bottle. Let go of everything. Just be still.
Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum.
Gently wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. How do you feel? I hope you guys had a good session. We'll be starting the advanced angel review in about 15 minutes. And please remember, Tuesday night is a review for materialization. We're going to take PTSD much deeper than I've ever taught before and still practice the materialization technique. So that is open to everybody. So again, 6 o'clock Central Time. If you can't make it, then just send us an email and we'll send you out the recording. So
if you want to be on that list of people who get the email for this coming Tuesday, plantpranacalendar@gmail.com.
yes, plantproductcalendar@gmail.com. So,
All right. Thank you, guys.
thank you. See you in 2 weeks. See you Tuesday night.
Greg.
Thanks.